database of properties that took this. And she said no, but Bellwether Housing is one of the big groups. And so I had that, and then I did find on a government site, I did find kind of a list, but Bellwether, I looked at their buildings and they had locations that I really liked. I looked at some of the other places and I like an older building. A lot of these were kind of this newer condo, anonymous, looks like an air conditioning unit.
So you had a lot of choice.
I had a lot of choice for the first time in years. I was spoiled for choice. I started developing feelings of guilt because it was so radically different and so much better than the prom. And the way I felt like I'd been treated is too hard of a word, but just going through the system is rough. And suddenly it was like, oh yeah, no, everything you want? Yeah, here you go. I was like, are you serious? So yes, I did feel spoiled for choice, but I couldn't then get landlords to call me back. All of them had answering machines that said, we get a lot of calls about leasing, and so I wasn't getting any luck there, but someone did call me back. The price was right so that if I'm able to return to the workforce proper and earn enough, I can more easily take over this lease than any other lease in the surround for like 200 miles.
Well, let's talk about that, just so we're understanding correctly. This program is giving you a head start, and it's like is there a time period, a year of?
So let me compare and contrast these two programs. So with the coordinated entry for all, it was very much, there were a lot of limits on your eligibility. So you had to earn less than 30% of the median income, and so on and so forth. So you had to, so in other words, if you got a decent job, you might lose your housing. And I was like, how am I going to bridge that gap? This is different. This is a private company, Bellwether, being paid by the state for now, but the lease itself is private.
Okay.
And it's in my name. So I have the option of taking over that lease and cutting the government out of the equation entirely if I am able to earn my own money and do that responsibly. I'm in no rush to do that.
Yeah, take a little rest for a little bit.
A little rest. Yeah. But I built that into my selection process of even though my voucher would have paid for a more expensive unit, I would eventually be paying for that more expensive unit.
Right. Well, you're thinking ahead, right?
I'm thinking ahead,
sure.
And thinking about sustainability. I want to stay in this place. I don't want this to be temporary. I don't want this to be a stepping stone. I want to live here for a minute. I don't necessarily want to die in this studio apartment, but I want to be there for a minute.
Yeah, I mean, let's just pause there. Like, what does that mean for you?
How much time do you have? So, as soon as I got word that it was likely that I was going to get this place, plus I should say, as soon as I did some paperwork, no one else was able to put in on that unit. They had to hold it for me. So that gave me a tremendous amount of feeling of like security. I wasn't competing. I'd gotten there first, and then this is mine, dibs, and that was okay. That's how it's played.
Probably feels, my guess is, amazing.
Yes, and it happens so fast, this part, that it's almost hard to like keep up with your emotions on this. But I felt my brain kind of click back on, and suddenly all of these ideas of like, oh, I think I'm going to get into pickling. Like stuff that I can do in an apartment that I haven't been able to do. Stuff I've been dreaming of. I was mentioning to you, I might want to take a corner of my unit and set up a little stop motion studio and just play around with clay and stuff.
Right, so you have room in your psyche for imagination. And dreaming,
possibility.
And dreaming,
yeah,
possibility.
I'm like, I want to get good at cooking everything.
It opens up all the stuff.
All this stuff, I would be able to have people over. I could have a friend over, you know? I mean, something as simple as that. And then, like, really, here's the thing. I don't have to wait to go to the bathroom anymore or ask permission. I can just get up and do that. I don't have to wait for someone to hand me a free meal or get something shitty at the grocery store that's already been made. I can just get up and walk and make it. Once I have that food, I don't have to walk half a mile to a park to sit down and be able to eat it somewhere without pissing anybody off. I can go 5 feet, sit down in my chair and eat my fucking dinner. It's almost like, what doesn't this mean to me? I've demonstrated that I can live sustainably on a fucking sidewalk, but I can't make much progress doing that, right? Nobody can. I mean, it's just not in the cards. So this enables me to do all of those things that have just had to be deferred. And then also just fun stuff. You know, like, can I learn Spanish? I'm sure I can. Let's try it, you know? Stuff that's a lot easier to do when you're inside than when you're just in a park and you're always stressed out. My stress level is going to plummet. I used to say when this process started, I just want to walk down the sidewalk to a place where I can lock the door. And it was like my mantra, variations on that, and with a lot of anger. And now I have that in about a week. It keeps getting pushed back. First it was 4/20, then it was the 25th. Now it's maybe Friday or maybe this coming Monday. They're redoing carpets and walls, and so there's other parties involved, but soon I won't be waiting around for other people. I'll have my unit, I take care of it, I'm not a problem tenant, and bam, Bob's your uncle, and then I can get back to my life. And build up a library. I have a bunch of books in this bag, but I can't carry what I want to. I mean, all of those things. I wear this clothing every day. I wash it frequently, but I can't wash it every day. I've worn the same uniform for longer than I've been here, so probably, I don't know, 2 years. I don't know how time works out here anymore. A long ass time. I'm not gonna burn these clothes. I'm gonna keep them, but I'm never gonna wear them again.
Yeah, I mean, it's just getting, I mean, the process seems very confusing, like you said.
No.
Sorry, man. Like, the process of trying to get housing, but it's just like you're coming closer and closer and closer and closer. And I can hear there's so much emotion. I hear a lot of anger.
Yes. Yes.
Like, touch on that.
I'm tired of dealing with shit like that, for instance. I'm frustrated at the lack of transparency that the process has exhibited. I wish, and I've asked a lot of questions of these case managers, and they deal with the same lack of transparency that I deal with. They don't know when the funds will be released. And I often compare social workers to superheroes who have had their powers stripped from them. So I'm not against the people that I'm talking to face to face, just like you at the grocery store. You're not mad at the person right in front of you. It's always somebody up above that we can never reach. And it's the same way with this process. I believe in strong government. Bureaucracy is hard to deal with. And there are better and worse ways of dealing with bureaucracy, running bureaucracies. I think transparency is great. I think that if people have, it's about setting expectations. So if you can say, well, this is when the funds become available, then the person knows that there's no point in stressing about it until those funds become available. Right? If you tell a customer waiting in line that they have 5 minutes to wait, they instantly get relaxed. If you don't tell them and they get in 2 minutes instead of 5 minutes, they're more angry than if they just knew I have 5 minutes.
Yeah, the
There's a lot of that.
The uncertainty is just...
Uncertainty, ambiguity. Yeah. You're on a list. It's a lottery. Is it a lottery? Am I being passed over for this, that, or the other reason? I don't know.
I don't know.
Everyone has a theory. You don't want to start getting your head around theories, you know?
Well, I think what we can say is it's messy. It's confusing. Sounds very frustrating.
You know in Peanuts how Woodstock flies like this?
Yeah. Yes.
Yeah. Jeremy Bearimy from The Good Place, you know, whatever squiggly you want to do, that's what this process is. It is non-linear. It's a Quentin Tarantino movie with all the blood and violence you want. So, yeah, it's brutal.
Yeah. I'm excited for you. And I'm also like there's this like, for me, I'm just like, there's a sadness of like, why is this taking so long? Like you've been adamantly calling, working hard, and it's just like, you're one person out of, I mean, in King County, it's like 40,000 plus people.
It's been taking so long because homelessness is a housing problem. I mean, this has become a slogan. It's the title of a great book. It's also just the truth. Yeah. It's just the truth. None of this is personal. This is nothing personal. It's not my failings, and it's not personal failings on the part of the people who are in these positions. It's that the housing stock doesn't freaking exist. This place opened up, I believe, because the person passed away. They had lived there for 26 years, and you don't tend to move after 26 years unless you move on. I think that's why I have this unit. That's what I had to wait for. That's sick. We need to have surplus. We need to have adequate and surplus stock, especially in a magnet city like Seattle. And they have geographic problems with that. They've got the Puget Sound right there. They've got mountains. It's not like being in Cleveland where you can really spread out and stuff like that. So, I mean, we have dealt ourselves a funny problem, but we've also very much self-created and perpetuated this problem. And therefore, we have the ability to solve this problem. But it takes voter will. And the people who vote are the people who have property. They vote the most, and they don't want changes to that. And understandably, because in this country, your equity is tied up in your property so much. And so it's hard to say they don't have a case because you're messing with somebody's money. That's always the case. So yeah, I don't have any kind of strict, like, it should be this way, because no, except to say that we need more housing.
Yeah, it is, it's so complex. It's so, and again, many answers to a very complex problem, many solutions, you know, but I'm glad, you know, I'm happy. Last question, Palmer. And I asked this before, I like to always ask it. Is there anything that you'd want to let the people of Seattle know?
No, but I want to let my fellow homeless know. Guys, gals, everyone, do not despair. If you are trying to get inside, do not despair. Take every available resource that you can find. Use your networks to the best of your abilities. Sometimes it opens up, you can get in. Don't despair. I got a place.
Thanks, man. Sweet. Thanks for your time.
Yeah.
Appreciate it.
All right, man.
Yeah, man. I in my mind, I'm like, cut the scene. You, like, in your place. Tell me about yourself. Where were you born and raised?
I was born in Snoqualmie, Washington. I always had a parent in Los Angeles and a
Snoqualmie,
parent, so I always
Washington.
went back and forth. Spent a lot of time in the Snoqualmie Valley too. Yeah, that's about it for being born and raised. My dad was an Anaheim Hells Angel. That's why I was down in Los Angeles a lot, in Anaheim and stuff.
Anaheim, California.
Yeah. And yeah, but my story gets kind of weird. At age 17, I caught my mom's boyfriend molesting my 7-year-old sister.
Aww.
And so I pulled her out of the room and I ran downstairs to the basement of the house, and this was in Snoqualmie, Washington, and I called my mom, who was a bartender, and the police got called and everything, and he went through the courts, and by the time he went through the courts I was 18, and he got given 6 months in county jail. He got 2. You're interrupting the whole interview thing. People just come up and think that what they got to say is more important than anything else going on. And but yeah, he got 6 months in the county jail for molesting a 7-year-old girl, and they knocked 2 off for good time. He did 1 in the actual jail and 3 in the work release, and had a year of probation, and I thought that was unacceptable. So
because it is.
Yeah, and I went to his apartment in Seattle at this point, and we got in a fight, and I ended up ultimately super gluing his face to the floor and stomping him to death.
Oh my God.
And I called the police on myself, and I waited an hour and a half and called them again, and they hadn't shown up yet because they thought I was joking after the first call. And they showed up within 10 minutes of the second call. And they kept me on scene for hours, and the detective finally showed up, and he asked me what my intention was, and I didn't know any better. I'd never been in trouble before, you know, and also I didn't know one confession was worse than another, you know, and I wasn't proud of what I did, but I wasn't ashamed of it by any means either, you know, and I told them my intention was I set out to beat that man to death, and that's what I did. And that shows premeditation. So they went with aggravated murder.
You're 18, you said?
Yeah, and that's what they got. And there's only two punishments they can give you for aggravated murder, and that's the death penalty or life without the possibility of parole. And the death penalty, before you're even arraigned, it requires them to have this special hearing to see if they're even going to go after it or not. You know, and they didn't even have that hearing in my case. They never even contemplated the death penalty. But it's weird that they don't have that hearing for the life sentence also, because it is a death penalty, you know, in most cases. Yeah, so I get aggravated murder, life without the possibility of parole, and I do 16 years. I'd end up ultimately doing a total of 19 years flat in prison, minus the fact that I got out for escaping twice. And at year 16, the Board of Governors came to me, and which is rare. They don't usually look at people's cases or anything that less than 1% of 1% or something like that gets clemency.
Because they had the information of who this person was.
Right.
They knew the connection.
Correct.
So someone looked at something.
Right, and they said, we think the prosecution and detective is predatory in your case, and you should have been given a manslaughter. And while we can't restructure your charges or your sentencing, they can do whatever they want. They just don't like to, you know. And they said, we can't strongly recommend you apply for clemency. And it took another 3 years to get me out. And I was never going to apply for clemency on my own, because they don't like giving it to you when you're an angel. Like I said, less than 1% of 1% gets it. And I was not an angel. I was a disciplinary nightmare. I went in with 1 felony. I left with 14.
Two questions. Mm-hmm. Remind us or define clemency. I don't know what that is.
Clemency is where you go before these 5 people called the Board of Governors.
Okay.
And they're the eyes and ears of the governor, basically. And you pitch your case on why you should be given a second chance at life. It's kind of like parole, except for parole, you have the right to go before a parole board. Clemency, the Board of Governors, you don't have the right to go before them. You have to get permission to go before them, basically. You know what I mean? Like,
and so someone granted you clemency.
Right.
That's
yeah.
that term. Gotcha.
And then so they make the recommendation and pass it to the governor, who at the time was Christine Gregoire. And I don't even know if she actually looks at anything besides their recommendation. You know what I mean? Like, but yeah, I was granted clemency. And then after I got out of prison, I enrolled in Seattle Central. I dropped out in 8th grade, by the way. And my name's Taco because when I dropped out in 8th grade, it was the 80s, and I was living in North Hollywood. And the only thing to do in the daytime really was go to the video arcades. And upstairs in a bunch of them, they had pool tables pool halls, and they'd rent the tables out by the hour. And I'd go up there, and the only other people to play pool with were these older kids. They were all Serranos, they were Mexicans, you know. And after the first day, they'd laugh at me and point at me and call me Taco when I first came in. But we still got along well, and we still played pool and stuff, and I couldn't figure out why they called me Taco. So I asked my dad, you know why they call me Taco? And we brainstormed, like, are they calling you a pussy? Are they saying you fold easy? Like, what are they doing, you know? And so I go back in there trying to sound tough, but I had to sound terrified little kid. I thought we were friends. I thought we got along. Like, why are you calling me Taco? And they start laughing even harder, and they're like, no, dummy, we're not calling you Taco. We're pointing to the pool sticks behind you when you come up the stairs saying, grab your taco. That's how you say pool stick in Spanish, stupid. And then once my dad learned that, there was no not calling me Taco. So I've been Taco since I was like 13 years old. But after so while I was in prison, after my second escape, I was in the county jail awaiting to get sentenced for that escape.
Well, and I gotta put a pause
okay.
there, man. Tell us about this escape. I've never, you said twice.
Twice.
Are you open to talking about?
Sure. So the first escape was, I got escape in the first degree, and it's actually I got escape in second degree for the first escape.
There's degrees of escapes. I don't even know.
There's first and second degree, and a lot of crimes, they always have to define the crime, you know, to make it clear that you broke that law. You know what I mean? And so they don't incarcerate you for the wrong thing or whatever. And so escape from the first and second degree are unusual because they both say they have the exact same definition, and that definition is where he or she left his or her place of confinement without permission.
Gotcha.
And I argue there used to be a law that was called the willful failure to return to work release facility, and they threw that law out. And all they have now is escape 1, escape 2, and then they have escape from community custody, which has always been used for people absconding from probation, because that's community custody. But when you're in a work release facility, or when you're granted a furlough, or when you go on like an armed escort, in my case, to a funeral, you sign these papers that say you will now be in the custody of the community.
Right.
And so I argued that I should be given that crime, because what I did was I had an armed escort to a funeral, and I had somebody on the outside already meet me in the bathroom just like in the movies, you know what I mean, and have clothes set inside the toilet tank for me, and the toilet tank emptied of water and stuff.
Because you were in like a jumpsuit kind of
Right.
thing.
Yeah. And I went out the windows and got in their car, and off we went. You know, and I made it 30 days exactly, because it's odd. Both my escapes, I made it exactly 30 days on the first one and exactly 90 days on the second one. And the second escape was I was at a camp. I was out in the middle of the Hoh National Rainforest out by Forks.
Like
here in Washington.
McDanger.
My counselor came to me on Wednesdays. On Wednesday nights, there's one of the counselors always works till 7 p.m.
Washington people are nuts. They're like nuts. Like the only people I've ever met crazier than Colorado people are fucking Washington people. They're like, they have different lives. They live like us. They have rainforests and mountains out here and stuff. They are a hardy mountain people, but they're also right on the sea too. They're on the sea. They got Rainier Mountain and stuff, but they've also got, like, you know, the sea. Or Mount Rainier, excuse me.
And it was my counselor's turn. He worked till 7, and he came to me and he called me Big Head because they had to special order a helmet, a hard hat that would fit me for being a sawyer and a firefighter. And he goes, well, Big Head, we got to take you back to prison tomorrow and put you in the hole. I was like, why? He goes, you had a warrant come up. And I knew exactly what he was talking about. And by this point, I already had a release date. And the warrant was from the previous escape crimes I committed while on escape. And I knew I was looking at like 245 months. And I couldn't face that after I finally had gotten a release date. You know what I mean? Like that kind of news. And he told me 3 times in the next like 4 minutes. He's like, it's too late to take you back tonight, so we'll take you back in the morning. It's too late to take you back tonight, so we'll take you in the morning. It seemed like he was telling me, get the fuck out of here. You know what I mean? And so I went back to my unit and I put on 2 pairs of underwear, 2 pairs of long johns, 2 pairs of thermal tops.
I'm assuming it was cold outside.
Yeah, it's middle of February.
Oh yeah,
and it's just like on top of like Snoqualmie Pass, you got like 15 feet of snowpack and stuff, you know, and where you're up in the mountains in the Hoh National Rainforest, and so it was very cold, and so I dressed in 2 of everything we had, and then put my Nomex on over it, which is your firefighting gear and stuff, you know, and I had 1 shot at looking at a compass before I left, so I'm trying to shoot for Port Angeles. And I'm going to go cross country through the woods in February. Wasn't all that well planned out, you know, it's spur of the moment decision. And I tried to line up as many points of interest as I could with the compass, you know what I mean? That way, when I go off track, I can line them up exactly right in my memory, and maybe I'll hit it. But if you're off even by like 2 degrees, if you go 20 miles, you're off by 40 miles at the end of it, right? Like, so I did pretty good. I got within 35 to 40 miles of my destination, but it took me 3 nights and 4 days to get there, and it was so dark so early each night that I actually cried. It was so scary. I cried each night.
And you're just walking by yourself in the woods.
Yeah, through the woods.
Oh my.
Not even sure if I'm gonna make it to the road, or you know, I mean, I had no clue what was going on, and because you can't just walk in a straight line. You know, there's ravines and gullies and rocks and bushes that you can't get through, or you know what I mean, it's ridiculous. Sometimes it seems like bushes you can't get around, and so ultimately I ended up getting caught, and on the second escape I ended up while I was out, I ended up selling enough weed and stuff to fucking get a private attorney. It wasn't the best one, but it was a private attorney, and I ended up beating the original charges I had the warrants for. And then I took 59 months for the escape itself.
59 months.
And for the first escape when I got caught,
59 months.
I wanted to take it all the way to jury trial because they charged me with escape in the first degree, and both escapes, like a burglary, it says like where you entered a dwelling or building attached to, or
some Americans
within
scare
10
the
feet
shit out of
to
me.
wit of, you know, it's got all this legal jargon that's hard to decipher. You know what I mean? You got to have an attorney to help you. But with escape 1 and escape 2, it's cut and dry. Like I said, it's where he or she left his or her place of confinement without permission, and I didn't do that on the first escape. I left with permission, and I argued that I was guilty of escape from community custody, and that since that's not what they filed on me, that I want to take it to trial. But I had an attorney with a conscience apparently, and it's like a unicorn, and she said, well, you can't do that. And I was like, why? She goes, because you're guilty. I'm like, yeah, but I'm not guilty of that. And she said, but you're guilty of something. I'm like, so what? So if I kill somebody and they try to tell me I'm a rapist, like I should take the rape charge.
No,
like that makes no sense
no.
whatsoever. You know what I mean?
That's what they
And
did to me
she
too.
just would not budge, and so I asked the judge for a change of attorney, and they denied me and said that since I hadn't signed my speedy trial waivers away for the prosecutor, that he wasn't going to grant me a continuance to get a new attorney, and so I stuck with her. So I took a deal for 89 months on that.
On top,
89
on top of the other
months.
sentence, yeah. And my custodial assaults that I caught while inside, that was in California. There's a lot more expected out of you as a lifer than there from the other inmates than there is up here.
well, let's see. You were in prison in California.
I should have clarified earlier. I fell as a Washington State inmate. That's where I started out my time at. But my family paid for a hardship so I could have an interstate compact and go down to California because I had a family member dying down there.
Okay, gotcha.
And so I did about half my time down there in Corcoran and Tehachapi. And up here I started out in Walla Walla. Then I went to McNeil in '95 when they opened up the new blocks. And then I went back to Walla Walla. And then I went to Monroe, and then down to Corcoran and Tehachapi in California.
Fun.
And Taka, you were 18,
Yeah.
and you got out how many years?
I did 19. I went in 2 days before I turned 19. I got out the day before I turned 38.
That is like all your 20s, all your 30s, more or less.
Yeah, it was exactly 1 day longer than half my life. But the first half of your life, you don't remember half of that. You know what I mean? Like,
And my guess is, you said you hadn't been in trouble before. You
Right.
had to really learn
yeah,
a shit ton.
and my dad's people, the Hells Angels, they threw fundraisers for me and stuff. And any community that they live in, the people love them.
Oh,
you know,
really?
The people really like them, and they basically throw their money at him and stuff. So they paid for my attorney, they paid for my hardship, they paid for all that stuff. You know, they paid for my bail. And in Washington State, when you get found guilty,
I think when my parents pass, I might go patch up. It's kind of crazy, but that's usually what white boys do. I think I'll need the camaraderie out here, and I might go patch up when my parents die. I'm definitely buying a fucking motorcycle. I wanted a motorcycle my whole life, and it's like the one thing my mother really doesn't want me to do, because I had a moped crash. But I don't care. I'm gonna buy a motorcycle. I'm gonna patch up, and I'm gonna be like I'm gonna be with them, like on the weekends. I think it's kind of crazy, but I don't think that's what my mom would want for me. But I identify with what they're doing the best, which is just the freedom of the road, camaraderie of your fellow mankind or whatever, and fuck the pigs and anything that they stand for. And I've got more reason than most to believe that. My mother would never want me to patch up and join some biker gang and shit. But the difference is she wasn't ever persecuted by the police like I was. She would be very unhappy if I did that. But to me, it's the statement that I was fucked with when I shouldn't have been. And they're the protection so that it never happens again. And that's what I was saying when I walk in too. I think a lot of people assume that violence is a part of what the Hells Angels do, but nope, it's motorcycles. That's something I understand. Motorcycles are something I really understand. If you never rode one, if you never drove one, you wouldn't really understand. I guess I gotta go rest. Alright, so
they revoke your bail and make you repost it. And it's no big deal if you posted cash bail because you get that money back because you didn't do anything wrong, so they give you the money back, you just repost it and you're good to go. But when you're on a bond for over $1 million, the bondsman keeps that money, you know what I mean? And so you have to post it again. So if it wasn't for them, I would have been screwed. But what that did do, it was a blessing, but it was also kind of a curse because I committed my crime. I was in jail till I went to the court and they gave me a bail and I bailed out. And then when I got found guilty, I reposted that bail, and then at sentencing, they gave me 2 weeks to turn myself in. But for a life sentence when you're 18 years old, I got dropped off at the jail probably a dozen times, said my goodbyes and hugged and cried and everything, and then 2 hours later I was back at home knocking on the door, you know what I mean? I just couldn't bring myself to go through there, and the U.S. Marshals caught me and took me to prison. And when I got to prison, it was a Sunday, Halloween 1993, and I called the methadone clinic, THS, the next day because I was on 160 milligrams of methadone due to a back injury, and my family doctor prescribed me that. And
Methadone.
And if you were on methadone, now lots of places come and dose people at King County Jail, but at the time it was only THS, and so wherever you got your methadone from, they had to verify it with THS, and then THS would come down and dose you. And so I called them Monday morning, and they said, yeah, your doctor already called us, we already got everything verified, we'll come down tomorrow and dose you, which would be Tuesday, my 19th birthday. And so I get woken up on my 19th birthday by a bunch of guys in the cell shaking me and saying, look, and I thought it was the methadone lady, but they're pointing at the TV. And this was before Washington's Most Wanted, and what they had was Western Washington's Most Wanted back then. And it was a 30-second Crime Stoppers commercial, showed 2 people, you know what I mean? And I was one of the people, and I also got the sound effects, the iron door slamming shut and the red stamp across my face, captured, you know what I mean? And that was the first thing I saw on my 19th birthday. And then I'm getting woken up again. I'm thinking it's for my methadone again, and instead it's the cop, the corrections officer, waking me up. He's like, roll it up for release. And I'm like, I'm not getting released. He goes, roll it up for release. I said, I'm not getting released. He goes, you're McMonagle, aren't you? I said, yeah, but I'm not getting released. He goes, you're getting released to DOC. And I was like, oh my goodness, when you get sentenced, usually get sentenced typically on a Friday, and then the next chain day, Tuesday, they send you off to prison. Well, I'd already been sentenced and everything, so there's no reason to keep me in county jail. So the first chain day was Tuesday. They sent me off to prison, so I'd been in county jail 2 days of my life before I was going to prison on a life sentence, Yeah. And that also meant I was going from 160 milligrams of methadone to nothing overnight.
Oh, so they don't give you anything?
They don't give you anything in prison, nothing. Wow. And yes, that was a miserable experience all on its own. But yeah, we can talk about drugs some other time. Back to the my release. So when I finally get released.
And what year is this? You get released?
19 years being released.
What year?
Oh, that was 2012, November 1st, 2012.
That's when you got
I went in Halloween 1993, and I got out November 1st, 2012. Yeah.
And the world's a different place, man.
Completely different place. And yeah, also while I was in, I didn't ask for anything from my family while I was in. Washington takes 75% of all monies you have sent in, unless you owe child support, then they take 95% of all money you have sent in. And you can have $10 put on your books and spend on commissary, and they'll consider you indigent. They won't take any part of that $10, but you have to spend that before you have another 10 sent in. Otherwise, they'll take 75% of the second 10. And I asked for that $10 maybe 3 dozen times, and I got it probably 6 dozen times, And I asked for a quarterly food package, I think twice, and got it maybe both times. I think I only got it once though. And I asked for two clothing packages, got them both, and I asked for I think 3 Christmas packages, and I got one of those and 5 ones I didn't ask for, you know what I mean, throughout the time. And then I never even asked for a visit until I was 6 months short, until I'd already had a release or I was 6 months short. And then I asked my mom to come visit me, and I had her come visit me one time a month for 2 months, then every other week for 2 months, and the last 2 months I had her visit every week. And yes, because I tried to, and even the phone, like my mom put lots and lots of money on the phone for me, but anytime they switch companies or whatever, they jack your money from it, and you have to put new deposits down and everything. And every time they did that, I always came up with the initial money to set up the account and stuff, because I tried to.
So when you got out, like where'd you go? What'd you do?
One more thing about it inside,
Go for it,
because it ties into with what I did immediately after getting out.
Gotcha.
while inside for the escape, I'm back in the county jail waiting to get punished. And my friend Chris Burke was teaching there through Ameritrade, and he was about to move to Chicago to get his doctorate in poli-sci from Chicago University, same place Barack Obama got his. And I learned that in Shelton they had just changed, DOC had changed the rules to where you had to have your GED before you left Shelton, even if you were just in transit, and that you had to take these predictor classes and tests and stuff, you know. And I did not want to be stuck in Shelton. And so I asked him, I said, hey man, you got to get me in for the GED testing. And he said, well, when do you go back? And you know when you're getting sentenced, you know the next Tuesday you're going to leave. So I knew that I had three and a half weeks left. And it's, he goes, well, we only do testing on Wednesdays. And we do one test each Wednesday, and they're timed tests. So if I could get you in, which I'm not even sure, you'd have to do 2 tests in the same amount of time everybody else is doing 1. And so I said, I don't care, please sign it up. And, you know, I forget how old I was. I think I was 36 at the time and hadn't been in a classroom since 8th grade. And I had no study materials, no predictor tests or whatever. Wow. And I did that. So I took 2 tests on one Wednesday, 2 tests the next Wednesday. And on the last Wednesday, I was finally able to take in the same amount of time as everybody else. And I missed 1 question on the whole GED. I finished in top 1 percentile in the nation.
Passed.
Yeah. And so when I got out, I went right back to drugs for the first 3 months. And I didn't know, I mean, I had 0 life skills. I had no tools under my belt to survive out here. You know what I mean? And
So you got out in Washington?
yeah, I got released from Monroe, Washington State.
And just kind of stayed in Monroe area?
No, I went to Seattle.
Okay.
And before I got out, I tried to do all kinds of things. I was writing Seattle Central College like every day, asking to enroll. I applied for my FAFSA and was granted for it before I got out, which I later learned was against the law. Didn't know. And I wrote Pioneer Housing every single day until I was going to get a response from them, you know, and saying, hey, I want to get into one of your guys' transitional housing apartments. I've never been on a lease in my life, you know, I just did this much time, and I'm scared to death to go to a clean and sober house. I've heard nothing but nightmare stories about even people just stealing food and shit would send me through the roof. I just did 19 years in prison where you handle that an entirely different way than is acceptable on the street, you know what I mean? And finally, they sent me a letter and said they did have an apartment ready for me, but they wouldn't have it ready on my release date, which was Halloween. And so I had to stay 1 day later because you can't get released without a release address. And so I stayed the extra day till November 1st, got released to my own apartment. And when my case manager there met me, he goes, oh, you're McMonigal. He goes, Jesus Christ, I've never gotten so many letters from someone in my life. And but it worked out as I didn't know what to do. I went right to drugs for the first 3 months and got caught during probation, you know, and I only did 3 days in jail for that, but it woke me up, you know, and I'd gone to a couple of AA meetings and listened to, you know, trying to half-ass the probation deal, you know. And one of the things I heard was the 12 promises that they said, and one of those promises was half measures availed us nothing. And for some reason that really registered with me. It wasn't half measures avail us half the rewards, or, you know, it was half measures avail us nothing. And so I decided, well, if I want to get on, and I thought about everyone I knew who tried to half-ass probation. None of them succeeded, you know. So I jumped in feet first, and I quit doing drugs. I figured I'd give it a year, and I gave him 13 months, and completed probation successfully, got off that. And July 3rd, it'll be exactly 10 years since I've been off probation. And so that was a good success story, you know. And during that year, I was walking by Seattle Central because it was like 3 blocks from my house, and I was walking with my friend who was a former cellmate, did most of my tattoos. And I was like, let's try to enroll in college. And he goes, you serious? I said, yeah, you've been talking about it, let's try to enroll. So we go in there, and we learn that we have to take the Compass test, and it's $35, you know, and it's basically like the GED predictor test, I guess. And it's like placement testing. And so I had $70 on me, so I paid for his and my Compass test. And they said, now don't worry, you're probably gonna have to do math 89 and English 87 or something like that before you can take a full caseload and all that, or class load. And but I passed to where I could go right into full class load.
I can't sprint.
And so
I don't know
enrolled
why.
in their bachelor's program for social and human science.
Yeah.
And the goal was to get my bachelor's and then go to the UW and get my master's. And because UW's consistently the #2 school in the nation for social work. And that first quarter, I got in a screaming match with one of my professors, who incidentally is the head of the master's program at UW for social work. And ended up thinking I wasn't understanding a lot of lessons in some other classes and stuff, and I ended up skipping 2 midterms and skipped a bunch of classes, and ultimately I ended up with a 3.2 grade point average. And I was like, holy crap. So I decided to reapply myself, and I ended up with a 4.0 every quarter after that. And I got within 3 quarters of graduating, and my stepmother died. And I took that pretty hard. And so I took a quarter off from school. And yeah, and it just kind of snowballed into a second quarter. And then I ended up making nationwide news for getting kidnapped, tortured, and beaten by a multimillionaire here in Seattle.
What?
Yeah.
Whoa, we gotta.
What?
Yeah.
Tell me more.
Yeah, so on Father's Day 2015,
What?
me and my then girlfriend, this girl named Trish, we had a condo at Queen Anne and Republican, and we had just bought a brand new 2015 Lexus IS 250 F Sport, and I'm pulling out of our parking garage, and this multimillionaire and his 3 accomplices, they pull me out of the car. And when I say multimillionaire, I mean worth 80 to 120 million dollars. He owns restaurants here, LA, Frisco, and a couple apartment buildings and car lots up here.
And did you ever know this person beforehand?
Yeah, I'll tell you the why of this is kind of the punchline of the whole story. And so they pull me out of the car and they break 2 of my ribs at my spine and puncture my lung. Oh, ice. And I climb back to my feet, and I can send you the links to the news stories. I can show you personally, but for anyone who's watching or gives a shit, I can give you links to find the news stories and the pictures and stuff. They break 2 of my ribs at my spine, puncture my lungs. And I climb back to my feet, and I fought 4-armed men on video for more than 20 minutes. And when the police reviewed the video, they said I was tased and pistol whipped over 50 times each in my head and face during that 20 minutes. And they finally got me down, or they finally kept me down, rather. And they zip tied me 3 times around my wrists, 3 times around my knees, 3 times around my ankles.
That's what I would do.
And threw me in the back of the Lexus and took off with me. And from our condo at Queen Anne Republican, the Denny and Aurora, there is 6 traffic lights, and we had to stop at each one twice due to all the traffic and stuff. And all 12 times we stopped, I'd fight the passenger gun with my hand, but one hand goes, they both go because I'm bound, you know. I'd fight Scott, the millionaire's gun, with my head. And the Mexican kid next to me, I just let him put the taser and the pistol whip gashes and zap me with it. And all 12 times I fought, I got the door open, banged in the cars next to us, screamed for help. No one called 911. And then
Of
from
course not.
Denny Aurora to Canlis there at the Aurora Bridge, they threw me out of the moving vehicle twice, backed up and got me. And
For what?
come on, DH, you see us talking on camera and stuff, and you're going to put that right down in front of us. Thank you, buddy, but I don't need it. And they threw me out of the moving vehicle between Denny and Aurora and the Aurora Bridge twice. Backed them, got me. No one called 911.
I apologize. I didn't see the camera.
Okay. So instead of just going on, he's got to loudly interject and apologize. That's great. And still no one called 911. Then the whole ordeal took 5.5 hours is all. But they spent the last 2.5 hours at 40th and Pasadena in the basement of this apartment building that he owns, and they spent waterboarding me, torturing me, hitting the face, shotgun,
What?
stomping on my balls and stuff like that.
Why?
And they realized that they beat me too bad to let me go, that they got to kill me. And they're actually weeping. They're crying with the thoughts of the repercussions if they get caught, you know. And they're also arguing. The millionaire wants to take the original plan, which was to take me up to their prearranged dump site and shoot me up there.
What?
And the other 3 were like, you see what a nightmare he was getting here? Like, we're killing him here. And I'm actually with them because I don't want to be shot in the woods. At least when my kids and my mom know I'm dead and stuff, you know. And oh yeah, well, also in prison I conceived 4 children, 4 daughters with my wife. And so I'm thinking maybe if I get shot in the city, maybe a miracle can happen. If somebody hears a gunshot, you know, I don't want to get shot in the woods. You know what I mean? And so I'm not going to get in that car without getting shot. And so I figure I got enough energy to make one more half-ass attempt at getting free, but I don't know when to do it if I stay in Seattle, if they're going to shoot me here, and I don't think I can make it out of the basement alive. But if I agree to go to the woods and I don't succeed, then I'm getting shot in the woods, you know. And I just start talking shit. I start telling them like, hey, you guys might be killing me, but you're doing this because you're cowards, not killers. Remember, for the rest of your life, you did this shit because you're afraid. And I start making fun of him. He's Korean, so I start making fun of him for having the Glock 19 because they call it the girl's gun because it's got smaller grips. I'm like, why you got the girl's gun, Scott? Is it your little tiny hands? Are your little tiny hands? You know?
What was the thought?
Just to emasculate him. You know what I mean?
But I mean, like, why? To stall or something?
No, just
the
piss 'em off.
fucking-
Hopefully they'd make some kind of mistake and I could get one of their guns. Because I won the fight in the parking garage, but they'll have to come so I don't spoil the
Oh my god, I'm scared that I'm like this guy. I know I am. I'm like this guy. Like, I'll fight you. I'll fight you, and it's never come up because they begin to realize like there was this. I don't know.
kind of punchline of the thing that'll have to come at the end of the thing, and so I'm going to try to recreate a scenario where I can disarm one of them at least, you know.
Gotcha.
And I kind of get my wish. I piss them off to the point where they put me on my knees, they put a bag over my head and a gun to my head, and it's the last seconds of my life, and his phone rings just like out of some shitty movie. I still haven't figured out what he could have possibly thought was more pressing than the matters at hand, you know. But he goes outside, you know, presumably so I can yell back at him. And he comes back in a few minutes later. He's like, cut him loose, get the bag off his head. And they go, you mean just his feet so we can transport him? He's like, no, cut his hands free. Get the fucking bag off his head. And he's freaking out. And once I'm standing up and I can see he's holding his phone out toward me, screen first, but he's crouched down like this behind it. And the screen's black. And I'm thinking, he went completely around the bend, you know what I mean? Like, kidnapping's already fairly symptomatic of that in the first place. But he goes, Taco, I need you to get back in the car with me. I said, fuck no. He goes, Taco, I need you to trust. And I said, fuck no, I don't care what he's going to say. I've been trusting this dude. And he goes, I got a Seattle police officer on the phone. And the phone lights up, and this lady goes, actually, I'm a Seattle police sergeant. I'm Sergeant Lyons out of East Precinct. She goes, where are you, Chris? Because my real name's Chris McMonagle. And I said, I don't know. And she goes, well, we can't figure it out because we called him. And he won't tell us, but he said he'll drive you to us. And so I think about it for a few seconds, and I ultimately agree. We got to get his attention because he's in complete histrionics. He's absolutely hysterical with panic, and he's talking in a high-pitched, squeaky voice, talking all fast. Just tell him I did everything. Put everything on me. Just tell him I did everything. And he's not slowing down at all. And I finally get his attention. He's like, you'll go? I said, yeah, man, I'll go. And I hand him back his phone, and we start walking the car, just me and him. And he throws me the keys, which I caught, but I'm like, are you kidding me? Look at me. I can't drive, you know? So I throw him the keys back, and we get in the car. And a weird thing about my memory, for some reason, from this point on in my memory, I remember my car as a convertible, like it had no roof, but it was not a convertible, just odd side fact. So we start driving, and he's freaking out to me the same way, just high-pitched, squeaky voice, and it was making me dizzy. He was talking so fast and so loud and shrill, and I just tried to tune him out, and so I started naming off the street signs, 40th in Pasadena, 40th in Stone, 40th in Fremont, and the Sergeant Lyons is like, good job, keep going. And as we're getting on the Fremont drawbridge, I look at him, I said, Scott, man, if you keep freaking out, you're gonna make me pass out, you know? Or if you keep freaking out like a little girl, no offense to little girls, you're gonna make me pass out. And he takes me literally, and he pulls over on the shoulder, but not our shoulder. He goes careening across all the lanes of traffic on the Fremont drawbridge at rush hour and parks on the oncoming shoulder, which is only like 4 inches wide because the pedestrians walk on the other side of the guardrail there, you know? And he runs around to my side, opens the door, drops to his knees, and starts begging me, Taco, stay with me, Taco. And I noticed some weird's going on, you know. I noticed we're the only vehicle on the Fremont drawbridge at rush hour on Father's Day. That's never going to happen again in my lifetime, you know what I mean? It's because they knew we were trying to go to East Precinct to get to Sergeant Lyons, and I'm naming out the street signs, so they knew we were going to have to get on
I
the
can't
drawbridge.
believe
And the person that called
where this story went. I had no idea where this would go.
the police originally and said I was kidnapped was a relative of his, and said he used terms like tactical strike team and base of operations. So they thought that he was maybe military trained or something. There was a high potential for a shootout, and they wanted to minimize potential collateral damage. So instead of letting it go down in the city, they wanted to trap us on the bridge. And the original idea was once we got on the bridge, they were going to box everybody in, and there'd be potential collateral damage on the bridge to other people, but a lot less than if it happened in the city, you know. But because of the way he goes careening across the lanes of traffic, the powers that be were smart enough to only stop cars from getting on both sides, and nobody else knows anything weird's going on. They go about their business, drive off the bridge, and once we're on the bridge, they sealed off both ends with 4 fire trucks, opened the drawbridge with us on it, had 15 boats come out with red and blue lights on it and stuff, you know, in case they're drinking a drink, and they had cops from all over King and Sonoma County because they've been looking for me for 5.5 hours to arrest him. And I walked myself to the closest fire truck, And I started to lay down on the big front bumper, and they're like, no, we need 2 blood pressures. Well, I'm like, can't you get one sitting up and one laying down? And they said, yeah, we can. And so I ended up having a blood pressure 60/30, 2 broken eye sockets, a broken nose, a fractured forehead. They took a plastic cast to match to a shotgun butt, 57 staples in my head, 13 staples in my ribs, 2 broken ribs, and a punctured lung. And I spent 4 days in the Harbor Beach ER downstairs in the fucking ER. And when they stabilized me, they wanted to send me to ICU. I refused medical services and went home. And like I said, I'll provide links to that for you and stuff so people can check it out. There's the news story and stuff. And now the why of the whole thing was because my girlfriend was his wife. And but I wasn't trying to be a homewrecker. She was friends with my roommate Natalie, and I was talking to her one night, and she told me about her relationship, and her husband was her best friend for over a decade, and he was 10 years older than me. He came to her and he said, look, we're both of an age where we don't believe in love anymore. He goes, as Koreans, we get paid at our marriage, we get paid at our reception. We've been best friends for over a decade, and we're both business owners. It just makes good fiscal sense. So she said, okay. She goes, but you got to go somewhere else for sex. I can't give that to you. 18 months of marriage, they had sex twice. He didn't finish either time because it caused him discomfort. Whatever, so she stepped out of the relationship, had sex with me, we caught feelings, went and told him, and he freaked out for like an hour and then totally rationalized stuff out and said shit that was true and made sense. He's like, I don't know what I was thinking, marrying my best friend is doomed for failure. If there is no sex, there is no relationship, da-da-da. And said he's bound out gracefully, gave us the condo when we bought the Lexus, put his name on it so we get better financing and stuff. And gave me $100, take her out to eat a couple times, It was just hella cool, you know what I mean? And the whole time he's plotting. So on Father's Day morning, we heard a key in the doorknob, and so he's the only one with a key, and he does own a gun, so just in case he's getting squirrely, I rush the door, As he comes through, I start fast talking him, patting him down, like, you should have called for Scott, you should have at least knocked, you shouldn't even have a key, I thought you bowed out gracefully, I thought the condo was ours, and I got him flustered, I got him blinking his eyes and his hands up in there and stuff, and stuttering, and I pat him down, see he doesn't have a gun, so I just relax, just time to see 15 more Koreans come through the door and one white person. And I'm like, this can't be good. So I go in the bedroom, I'm like, I think your fucking family's here. And she looks, and it is. And what he's done is, so from the time I went to prison in '93 to the time of the story in 2015, I had nothing to do with opiates. I never used opiates again. And but he had told her family around the country that the reason she was no longer in her relationship was because I was A, a heroin dealer, and B, I was abusive. So between the cycle of addiction and abuse, I have her trapped, right? And it's a shallow lie with no substance that it's going to be exposed immediately, but he didn't care, and he didn't care to the point where he flew 15 people from around the country up on his dime and hired an intervention specialist from Minnesota and flew her up here on his dime just to get her to do one thing, and she did it beautifully. She called the Seattle Police non-emergency line, and the Seattle Police show up, and the first thing they asked was if I stay there, or if I live there, and I said, no, I don't. I live in Everett, but I stay here a lot. I should have lied and said I lived there, because she says, well, I don't want my family here, and I'm on the lease. They said, family, you got to go. And he says, well, I'm still on the lease, and I don't want him here. So right in front of him, they say, look, we know it's chicken shit, but you got to go. So on my way out the door, I clown him, not knowing what a gangster he is, and I'm like, so one of you all want to escort me out, keep me safe? And I laugh right in his face, and they laugh right in his face, And I leave, and I get in the elevator, and she calls me, and my girlfriend, and she says, hey, the police know that you don't have a driver's license, but they're going to let me drop the keys down to you because they don't like the maneuver he just pulled on the condo, and they agree with me that since his name's on the lease, and that he's probably going to go after the car next. And so they're going to let you drive it far enough away to where he can't find you, but don't continue driving, just park, wait for me. I was like, all right. So I go around to the front of the building, and it's we're on the second floor right above Queen Anne Avenue, so it's like a 3-foot drop from her hand to my hand, She drops me the keys, I get in the parking garage, and I'm pulling the car out, and this kid in this older Mazda clips the Lexus, and I get out to look for it, and everywhere you're prone to hit on the Lexus, there's big clear plastic decals, so you don't scratch the paint, you just scratch the sticker, peel it off, put a new one on. It didn't even scratch our decal, but it kind of messed the Mazda up, so I jump out, I'm like, here's my insurance information, I'm in a huge hurry, I gotta go, and my luck, he's like, actually, I feel more comfortable if we call the police. I'm like, oh my God, at least I know they don't gotta go far, right? And they're right upstairs. I said, all right, well, please hurry up. I'm going to pull my car into a regular spot so people can get around us. Just please hurry. He was really one of dude's henchmen who called the dude who excused himself from talking to the police, rode the elevator down where his other two accomplices were in the stairwells. They came in, pulled me out of the Lexus, and I already told you the rest of the story.
That's when they pulled you out.
Yeah. And, yeah, so it was a little fucking disconcerting. So after the kidnapping, it was like the honeymoon phase all over again with us. And, but she was mentally deteriorating with PTSD. She lost her mind so quickly, it was terrifying to watch. Yeah. She started chasing her dead grandmother's voice around in her car and saying that the only reason I'm saying I don't hear it is because I'm trying to make her crazy. And she's breaking into my little tiny place and trying to steal my laptop and stuff, you know, and try to steal stuff from my roommate. And yeah, and she went back to her husband, went to jail for the first time in her life for domestic violence and stuff, and told on him for trying to bribe and coerce witnesses in a civil trial. And he couldn't get in trouble for it because a spouse will not be compelled to testify against a spouse, you know.
But it didn't work out between you and her.
Correct. And
but I'm curious, Taco, what about your PTSD?
but yeah, my PTSD is through the roof.
And how are you dealing with that? How did you then? How are you now? It's like
Marijuana, that's what's thrown to me.
Yup.
Off camera.
Marijuana, bitch. Marijuana.
And but yeah, I've told this story so many times I don't really know how to tell it in another order.
Yeah, like, yeah, I don't
You
know.
and,
Yeah, it's just,
yeah.
yup.
So
yeah.
the night of the kidnapping, they got caught immediately, you know, and all four of them gave matching confessions, and it was on video. It was on video because most of it was in that parking garage in the beginning.
Right.
And so he bailed all four of them out that night. Two of them for $250,000.
What?
Each, and him and another guy for $350,000. And then him
What?
and the other $350,000 guys, their bails were revoked. And that guy's parents bailed him out for $500,000. And Scott, though, he waited for his bond hearing, and the judge upheld the $500,000 bail, so he bailed himself out for $500,000. And then all four gave matching confessions. It was on video, and two of them were willing to rat him out. And so I didn't cooperate. I never gave a statement or anything. And I didn't go to the first two sentencing because I didn't care about them. They told on their friend and their employer. You know, he hired people from his restaurants. And I went to his sentencing just to hear it. You know, me and my girlfriend went there. Oh, yeah, so I went through like 6 rebound girls in the next 6 months, and then ended up dating for 6.5 years the girl who introduced me to the girl I got kidnapped over, my roommate Natalie. And me and Natalie went to the sentencing, and he gave an apology speech that had every single person in that courtroom, the families that were waiting for people to get sentenced afterwards, the King County Corrections Officer, the court clerk and stenographer, the prosecutor,
They're all crying.
everyone but me and the judge cried. My girlfriend cried even at his apology speech, but it was all to his family and his wife and his brothers and stuff. The only thing I got at the very end, he mumbled, "I'd also like to apologize to Mr. McMonigal," and that was all I got. And he had to plead guilty as he was originally charged, the high end of his range as a first-time offender, which is usually unheard of. And that was, he had to plead guilty to assault 2, robbery 1, kidnapping 1, which would give him 10 years with 10% off for
Went
good
to
time,
jail.
and would have to register as a sex offender for the rest of his life, because kidnapping is a sex offense in Washington State.
Kidnapping is a sex
And that's what
offense?
the judge gave him. And then the next person to get sentenced was the Mexican kid, and he had his whole huge family there and stuff. And so I listened to that also, and I knew that nothing I said for or against him would affect the other 3. I could say they actually raped me, and it wouldn't change anything, because once you're sentenced, it's done, you know. And so I raised my hand and wanted to talk, and the judge said, "Absolutely, Mr. McMonigal." And I shocked the prosecutor and my girlfriend, because they both knew I wasn't going to cooperate anyway. And I said, "Hey, man," he also had to plead guilty to the high end of his range, which his range is only 42 to 48 months, which means judge can't go lower than 42, can't go over 48. And they were in agreement that he'd get the 48. And I raised my hand and said, "Hey, man, I just want to point out, this is only one of the 4 that didn't try to fix what he did wrong by doing further wrong. He didn't turn into a rat against his friend and employer. He didn't try to bribe or coerce witnesses in a civil trial. He's the only one that's holding his mud, accepting responsibility for what he did and awaiting his fate. And for that, he's got to plead guilty as the high end of his range as a first-time offender. I don't think that's fair." And incidentally, he's the only one that showed me an ounce of compassion during the whole thing. And the judge knocked 3 months off out of the 6 she could have knocked off for what I said. And he started thanking me, and his family started thanking me, you know, which was kind of embarrassing. I was like, I failed. I tried to get the whole 6 months knocked off for him. And the reason I did that was because I didn't really have a problem with the other 3. I ended up with a problem with the 2 that told on their friend because they turned into rats. But ultimately, I didn't have a problem with them because when they saw me, they hated my guts. They were putting guns in my mouth and saying, "I wanted to kill you from the first second I laid eyes on you, you piece of shit." sure they were getting paid monetarily, but he had also convinced them that I was a complete piece of shit and that they were doing the world a better service by removing me, you know what I mean? And I myself can definitely relate to that feeling, you know, and so I didn't really have a problem with that. And
Oh yeah, he can relate.
yeah, and that's back to saying I could have won that fight in the parking garage. That the reason I said I could have won that is because I wasn't fighting for my life. I didn't think they were going to kill me. I thought they're going to rough me up, stay away from the girl type of thing, you know. So I was just fighting to get away because I was thinking, I just got out of prison for killing somebody. I'm in a millionaire's car in a millionaire's parking garage. If I hurt one of these people, especially with one of their weapons, they're going to put me under the prison. You know what I mean? So I was just fighting to get away. I'd fight them, run towards the exit, fight them, run towards the exit, and so forth. It wasn't until I was being zip tied that I thought, oh shit, I should have reconsidered this, you know. Yeah. And so after the sentencing and everything goes by, so me and my girlfriend, my two stepbrothers I lost that little apartment I had through Pioneer Housing a year and a half after I got out of prison, and I lost it for a drug relapse. And I moved into this mother-in-law apartment. Underneath my mom and stepdad's house. And my stepfather, my mom she met him 6 months before I got out of prison and stuff, and didn't marry him until 3 years after I got out. When I first moved in there, they weren't even married yet, but we live in this giant mother-in-law apartment downstairs. And my stepfather was the lead engineer on the team that develops the wing for all the big jets at Boeing. And he was 67, and he was trying to sneak through the cracks until he got to 70 because you get your next big boost in Social Security and pension. And Boeing, you might have odds to do it. And we knew that was fairly unlikely, but chances were. But we all knew that when the day he got laid off or retired, we would have 30 days to get the hell out of the house because they'd want to remodel it, put it on the market, and they wanted to move to PL down in southwestern Washington. And so about a year and a half after the kidnapping, I break all the 5 metatarsals on the top of my right foot. Ooh. And then the next day, the prosecutor starts calling me from all these different phone numbers trying to get me to cooperate. So I keep realizing it's him, and I hang up, you know. And then the next day, I break all the metatarsals on my left foot.
How are you doing this stuff? Why is this happening?
Because I'm dumb. Both times I was jumping off something too high and landing on my feet. And the second one was really dumb because I already hurt the right foot, you know. And so I'm going to catch myself on one foot. And so walking was difficult to say the least. And the same day that I break the metatarsals in my left foot, I'm in the mother-in-law apartment with my girlfriend, and I forget what we're watching on TV, but it was hilarious, and we're having a great time. It was one of the happiest times I can remember in recent history, and laughing my ass off. And my mom comes to the top of the stairs and says, "Christopher, I need to talk to you." And so I come up and she says something to me, and I'm like, "Okay," and I'm still smiling, laughing, but she just stays there at the top of the stairs. And I'm like, "What did she say?" I'm like, I realized I couldn't really realize what she said, even though she said it clearly to me. I said, "What? I didn't hear you. I'm sorry. Can you say it again?" And she says it again. I'm like, "I still just can't hear you." And I had to actually walk up the stairs physically, and I said, "No, tell me what you said." And she says it again, and I was still baffled. And I'm like, "Can you please tell me one more time?" And she says it again, and I was just struck numb. It's the same day I break the metatarsal in my foot, and my stepdad got laid off, so we knew we had 30 days to get out and stuff. And what she had said was that my oldest daughter, Lily, had just called her and trying to get a hold of me. And my father-in-law, him and my mother-in-law, who had been together 49 years, neither one of them drank, drug, or swore. He had lost his mind, and he shot my 20-year-old daughter in the head, my mother-in-law in the head, and himself in the head, while my 10-year-old and my wife barely made it out of the house alive. And
oh, that's like what happened to my circle. And they wonder why we were homeless and crazy on meth. Yeah, right before I lost my ex. I got this call from my best friend that one of my other best friends had shot his father and then himself a second later.
And so I called my daughter, and asked her what happened, and they said they didn't know why he'd lost his mind at the time. And turns out, after the autopsy, they said it was his insulin that made him lose his mind.
His
And,
insulin. He lost his mind.
She said that my 10-year-old had woken up my wife and said there's screaming in the other room, which was uncharacteristic. So of them. So my wife gets up and opens up her parents' bedroom door, and Terry, my father-in-law, had a gun to Brenda, my mother-in-law's head, and said, "I'm gonna fucking kill her. I'm gonna fucking shoot her." And he typically didn't swear, you know. And their names are Terry, Joe, and Brenda Sue of Tyler, Texas. For fuck's sake, I mean, you can't get much more American Bible Belt than that, you know. And he said, "I'm gonna fucking kill her. I'm gonna fucking shoot her. But if you come and sit in that chair right there and be real quiet, I won't kill anybody. I'll let everybody live." And she knew that was not the reasoning. It was sound mind. So she screamed at Chloe, my 10-year-old, go get across the street, go to the neighbors, you know, go. And this is in a little town of Van, Texas, where the neighbors are few and far between. And she heard the front door open and close, so she knew she was safe. And so she ran to Fawn's room, our 20-year-old, and said, "Fawn, we got to go. He's lost his mind. He's going to kill everybody." And they argued back and forth, but this was unheard of. So Fawn ultimately said, "I'm not going anywhere. He's not going to do anything," you know. And so my wife went to run out in the front yard to go get to Chloe, and she didn't make it to the mailboxes before she heard 3 separate gunshots. And he'd killed my daughter, my mother-in-law, and himself. And while my daughter was relaying the story to me, I could just hear my wife rocking back and forth in the background saying, "I thought I knew pain, I thought I knew pain, I thought I knew pain." And yeah, so that's been...
Yeah, that'll do it. That'll,
Man, I got 2 daughters, and that's like a parent's...
Yep. It was a hard story, but look, no tears. Particularly because I done heard some shit. I done heard some shit in my lifetime. I've done seen some shit. 2 tears in a bucket, motherfuck it. If it doesn't affect me, I'm not crying. I mean, I'll cry for people, but not this thing. Not this thing. This is just some random happenstance, like a meteor falling out of the sky. I don't think I need to cry over it. It's kind of crazy.
Absolutely.
The bomb did not fall on my family. It's selfish, but I'm just gonna be honest about it. That's how I felt. I wanted to cry. I was like, yeah, that shit sucks. That's terrible. But I'm beginning to become stronger about these things as my life goes by. As I get older, I'm beginning to get stronger and more stoic about these things. I used to hear things like this, and I would just get wrecked, and I would cry. Getting better about that sort of stuff. Getting better about that. That. Oh god. I'm dead. Why, man, you know what this game reminds me of? Serious Sam. The mobs come on like Serious Sam. They don't play. Yeah, she's fucked up, I'm fucked up, yeah, we're all fucked up. The AoE helps. It, like, lays them out, though, I gotta say. But they built the gameplay around that, you know? I better res her, but I don't think they're gonna let me. Oh, God. Oh, they let me do it. Yeah. Oh. Is she down again? Yeah, she's fucking down again. Well, at least she distracted them for a minute. And there I'm out. Ah, damn it. That is far too many mobs.
Worst nightmare is to lose a kid. I'm sorry, man. Yeah, I can't.
Yeah, it sucks. Yeah, that shit sucks.
Losing one of my girls.
Yeah, and since then, I really just haven't, there's no agency or anything that's gonna help with that shit, you know what I mean? Like fucking I really lost the ability to... Hey, Alvin, could you maybe not make so much noise right now? Could you thank you. And Yeah, I lost the ability to function. Like I can carry on a conversation or whatever, you know, but just barely. Like I have a tough time focusing on what people are telling me. You know, I used to have a tremendous memory, and now
Describing PTSD is very difficult. I've been thinking about it a lot lately. It's hard. Now, did someone break my wall? I guess somebody broke my wall. Describing PTSD is really difficult, but I find myself finding it hard to listen to people. I have weird, abject responses to things. I don't know what abject means. It's like, I would say, I have weird. Is abject the word? I don't know. I don't know what abject means. I'm not sure that's even like a fucking word. Yeah, it's like I have these weird maximum degree opposite responses. And I don't fear anything anymore, and I don't really have a desire to do anything anymore. I'm very lucky that I'm able to do this, because I could easily just melt into the fucking bed and just watch television for the rest of my life. I don't think that would be unreasonable for somebody who has a story like me. But I don't. Particularly because, well, I do do that. But I don't just do that, you know? And, it's hard. You see normal people and you know that you're not that. And you know you're like this guy. You're a lot more like this guy, Taco. I'm not like him. He's a killer. I would never even kill a child molester. I just don't believe in that sort of retribution sussed out by one man or one woman or one whatever. It's too much, and it's too much for one person to decide. There's too much of other people's work. Oh god. Oh. It worked. Oh god. I like the umbrella. I like it more than Enshrouded, I guess. It's kind of funny.
my short-term memories just shot all to hell, and
That's the other stuff. My short-term memory is shot all to hell. Somebody will try to tell me something, and I'll be listening, and I'll record what they say, and I'll add it into the whole cocktail that is my mind or whatever, you know? But did I hear it? I'm not sure I hear it sometimes. And so I find it difficult to be around other human beings. I feel like damaged goods, like I was raped or something, even though I wasn't. Like, and nothing really that bad happened, even, except just the severe trauma of it. And then all of the bad stuff all at once. And so I can relate to his story, but I can't relate to him, like, being who he is. He mentioned something about being dumb. I wouldn't say that. Like, for instance, one of the reasons I would never ever harm anybody or ever take a life is because, like I said earlier, that isn't just that life. It's everybody else's work into that life, too. This is why murder has always been so unacceptable. It's because it's this thing, you know, and all when I hear this guy, all I want to do is lecture him for being a killer. I mean, which is true. And I wonder sometimes about this the dichotomy of the value of what he has to say as compared to the damage he's done. It doesn't invalidate what he has to say. And unfortunately, I think, yes, if you kill someone the way that he killed someone, I think it sort of invalidates everything that he says. And that's the pain that you're witnessing in the story that he's talking about. Yeah, it comes back around to it, and I'm like, yeah, but you're a killer, though. So it's very hard for me to commiserate with you or to feel sorrow for you. I can feel it when... that, like, when your family dies like that, I wonder sometimes if it's the karma of you killing someone. It sucks, but I hate saying that. I hate saying that. But I am a karma guy, and when I hear something crazy like that, the end of the story about what happened to his close family, I'm like, well, yeah, but that's the karma that you invited when you fucking like staple glued the child molester's head to the ground and then stomped him. That's, you know, that's what you invited. That's the bad karma that you brought to your house. That's why she's screaming, I thought I knew pain.
Yeah, I certainly lost the ability to work, you know, and
Yeah, I have a lot of sympathy for this man. I do. It's like you had hell on earth. You had hell on earth for a life. I can relate. But you're also a mortal sinner, so it makes me very, very difficult to feel anything for you. It's fucking annoying. Do you understand? Even the death of your fucking family. You kill somebody like that, it's just cold blood. It wasn't cold blood, it was warm blood. You know, that was a warm blood kill, you know? But you kill someone like that, you're not God. You're not God. You don't get to decide if something lives or dies. You aren't the mother and the father that put that life there. You're not the people that put all the work and the time into it. You're not the village that raised the child and all this biblical stuff. It's not in your place. So then you tell this story about all the terrible things that happen, and we get why you're homeless, yeah.
I went into prison at such a young age that I tried to apply for Social Security, but I keep getting denied for no work credits, not enough work credits. And I don't even know what work credits are. And yeah, so I mean, without an income, you just kind of float adrift, you know what I mean, out here. And I've tried to get into tiny homes. I cannot ever get the right referral from the right person. Like, no, there's nowhere to go.
Notice what he said about I've tried to get in tiny homes. That's what I did to get out of the fucking PTSD madness of the fucking aftermath of my life. I took it. I'm too sensitive. I know I am. Most men would just grin and bear it. They probably drink a lot, you know. But I mean, I actually dealt with it fairly well. I think I dealt with most of this stuff fairly well. I didn't harm anybody. I didn't do anything crazy. I mean, I did sell drugs and do some stupid shit, but I didn't harm anybody or do anything crazy. Not like this man. And so I think I came through my crisis a bit better than he did. I think his crisis started with with him murdering somebody, and I think it ended with a crisis because he murdered somebody, and that sucks. But this is why, you know, I talk all the time about, you know, I would never harm a living being. Life is just too short. Too much other people's work in the building of a life to just take it away like that, like you own it. It's not like that. That's God's purview. That's God's land, not yours, or whatever. You don't get to judge people. You don't get to kill people. You don't get to hurt people. You don't get to hurt me. I've done nothing to you. Whoa. Nice, the first one shot. Now let's keep doing the cavalcade of one shots for a long time. Go, Cake, get them. Oh god. Yeah, it's exactly like Serious Sam. I mean, they do give you the tools to deal with them. Are you both dead? Yeah, I think you are. There's like so many mobs that there's more loot than I can like pick up in time before more mobs come. See? Fucking annoying. Ah! Fuck. I don't know. This one's a little tough. Maybe I need to expand a little. I don't know. I guess I give up, huh? She didn't make it. Well, we made a lot of progress. Where am I? I am... way out here? Is that me? Yes. Okay. So... I just did all that, right? I begin to see now what he wants you to do, but it's like... I already did this, so I think, and I don't know, I think I've done that a lot, so I think I'm kind of like done with the system now. It's kind of annoying, and I need more money than this. I have 500,000 credits. None of the, I mean, I don't have to do anything. I'm just living in this universe that I own. It doesn't matter. I really don't have to do anything, I suppose. That was so many mobs. Like, that is an unreasonable amount of mobs. I guess I should worry about progression. I've got like $500 now. I could go to the New World and do some work there. Because that one was hard. I think, yeah, I have a lot of stuff. Maybe I should, yeah, sit around, do some base stuff for a while. This game is a long game. These games take forever. Structures for tier 1. Ah, rustic sconce. Refinement. We need a simple textile station. Twine. Yay. Let's build twine and wick. Finally, twine. I need twine. Textile station. Twine. So there's textile station. Ah, yes, very good. Okay. Then we shall make a lot of twine. I don't know, 150 twine.
You know what I mean? There's absolutely nowhere to go.
And so he got cancer at the end of it too. It's like Frank Grimes, except he's a murderer and he gets cancer.
And now I've got cancer. I've got 2 types of cancer, so I can't. I just lost the ability to walk, and I'm not really sure why. Like, so I started. Me and Natalie broke up, and I got diagnosed with cancer like 9 months later, the colorectal cancer, and they took 3 feet of my intestines, hoping that was gonna they call it a salvage, you know, and they're hoping that would get rid of it, and it didn't. And then they found out I had Hodgkin's lymphoma also, and I knew I didn't want to do radiation, so they set me up with immunotherapy.
Oh, good. Hodgkin's lymphoma on
which
top
is
of
they
the
take your good cells,
nightmare.
mix them with
Great.
stem cells, and put them back in your body, which is still a violent process to your
What a bummer story. But you begin to understand some of the people that might be on the street and why. I have a similar story, not as bad as his at all, but I have a similar story. You begin to see why people might be in the situation that they're in. These pillows are affecting my back, and I'm going to fix this layout. This isn't working for me. I'm going to pull you over a bit like that. I'm going to put this nice big comfy pillow right here. Yes. And hopefully that will be enough. I want a big old like back pad. Wick, learn, charm cord. Animal fiber. Oh, headshot. Wow, the arrow really flies. Like Fortnite. Okay, no more bummer homeless stories. But it was fun. Ranking the 32 TRPGs I've reviewed. What are TRPGs? Thank you, Mortissimo Gaming. I'd like to sub to your channel.
What's
Thank you. Gotta go back. Oh, I haven't looked at my channel content in a minute. Yeah, channel content, huh? Oh, really? You always do this. You like deload the page. It's like really weird. Oh yeah, I never went public. Great. I don't know. Oh, go up on our new world and try to save it. No, what do you mean? Oops, forgot to do this, and it's been 5.5 hours. That's cute. Oh wells. Oh, this is the fit today, huh? Yeah, I think this is the fit today. Oh no, this is the fourth recording. I think. Oh, yeah. And sequentially it is, yeah. Okay. I like shooting at the deer. This is like a carbon copy of that game Icarus. It's sort of odd. Icarus was good too. I don't think Icarus is as good as this, but it's good. Twine, wick. Oh yeah, I needed to put down an augmentation of a boat wheel. Cartography set. Trout trophy. Why did you take my thing away? God damn it, you're so annoying. Crude ammo box, lumber and ingot. We're gonna do this thing. Crude coat rack. Crude Heath Grenard trophy, whatever that is. Simple fishing augment. Simple fishing augment. Simple hunting augment. My UI went away again. God damn it, you're annoying. Felting bucket. Hunter's trophy. Simple hunting augment of a bucket, which will reach out to this. Okay, bucket. Hand planter. Hunter's trophy. Oh, I don't have any lumber. Okay. Ooh, the shadow of the Stairway to Heaven looks fucking awesome. Out we go. Oops.
What's going on, everybody? Mortem here, this time bringing you my rankings for all the TRPGs I have reviewed, which, for those who don't know, I keep a sort of running ranking of all the CRPGs and TRPGs I played, as those are my favorite genres typically, which is why I review so many of them. But to that end, my CRPG video has only had a couple of extras since that was put out, so I'm not ready to update that one, whereas this TRPG video, I've added a full 9 since the last time, but it is important to mention that currently I have not reviewed a lot of, I would say, hallmarks of that genre still, things like XCOM, Final Fantasy Tactics even, etc. So in some of those cases I have actually played those games, I simply haven't reviewed them.
Tactical RPGs? I forgot what TRPGs are. Oh, yes. So are we live? Yeah, we live. And then...
What's going on, everybody? Mordom here, this time bringing you my rankings for all the TRPGs I have reviewed, which for the...
Okay, good. Oh, did Eve... Oh, yeah, Eve did crash out, huh? 25,000 players. Wow. What? Oh, shit. Ah. What? Oh. What happened there? Oh yeah, I still get Winter Nexus stuff, but I don't get that stuff. I hate the external view activated thing. There's a bunch of Behemoth Vanguard in this belt for some reason. Maybe I should try a different system, huh? a simple alchemical boiler. I forgot about this. Oop. Oh. Why are you turning around? Like, why are you turning around right now? Like, what the fuck? Ugh. Why? Oh, God. Ugh. Finally. I can't do anything. I can't move. Come on, man. Fucking move. Oh wait, there's settings, is there? Oh yeah, they're all allowed to. Oh, enter a name here. Yeah. Okay. There's one. Mineral miner magnetar. Oh, I have to plug in my headphones and I don't want to. It's okay. Yeah, I'm aware. That's cool. It gave me a warning, though. Am I plugged in? Yeah, I'm plugged in, right? Yeah, I'm plugged in. What the fuck, man? I don't really understand. Is it working for... Maybe it's the cord? The cord, maybe. That's why. Maybe the cord died today. That is possible, I suppose. Let's see. Oh, this cord died, I think. That's insane. Either that or it pulled. One or the other. Let's see. No wonder. Yes, this is plugged in over there. Oh no, it got yanked out. Oh, it did, yeah. So, yeah. Okay, well then that makes sense. Never mind. We should be alright now. So, are you working? Yes. Okay. No wonder I pulled by mistake. That's why. There we go. Okay. Oh, I think I lost that crystal I was looking at. Damn it. Wait, I see one. Right in front of me. Oh, yeah? Found a lockbox. Nice. Asteroid ore yield 510. Nice. You autosave me in the middle of this. You know, you have been stuck here a long time, Matthew. Why does the UI constantly fade away? Oh, always online. There we go. There we go. Matthew's unstuck. Ugh, let me move. You like constantly won't let me move. It's so annoying. Oh, you're so annoying. You move so much I can't shoot you. Did I get this thing? I love this fucking game, I really do. Maybe I should rebalance the sound. It's not really sounding so good. The volume should be up, but the effects should be at like 40. Let's try the music for a little while. Get up, you. This is a much richer asteroid belt. Ooh, green. Any crystals? Oh, there is, there is. That's a good money crystal right there, I think. Yeah, purple isn't very good. I think blue and green are better. Yeah, this asteroid belt is fucking huge. Whoa. There's an orange one. Oh, no, never mind. Wait, there's a jump gate. Where am I? Let's go figure out where it goes. Ah. I don't really like the auto roll. Oh, you can boost toggle. Okay, good. Aim assist on, maintain speed in menus. Toggle mouse look. Off. Oh, you need to hold it? Yeah, I don't... Yeah, oh, look, that's better. Radar displays integrated, separate panel. How about integrated? Oh, you can make the UI scale bigger or smaller? Cool. Damn it. I don't like standing by all the stuff. Cool. That's much better. Let's go to the gate.
Autopilot engaged.
See where it goes. Am I full? No.
Autopilot disengaged.
Autopilot disengaged. Okay, well, can we fly through this thing? Yeah, where did we go?
Entering system. Wretched skies.
Wretched skies. Oh wow, the middle gate goes north. Here's a construction vessel elephant. Zaya construction vessel elephant.
Elephant.
The Zyark Patriarchy. Can I raid them? Construction vessel elephant. I don't think I want to. I want to go back. But this was cool. Oops.
Autopilot. Engage.
God damn it.
Entering system. Heretics end.
Wait, what are these? What the hell is this thing? This must be salvage? Oh. Nothing, huh? Nope.
Autopilot engaged. Autopilot disengaged. Okinawa research.
I remember.
Asteroid. 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 Asteroid.
Okay, I think I bought everything in the tier 1 chart. Now we go into tier 2. Oh, no, there's some stuff. Ah, good. Crude solid wall. You should get an achievement for unlocking the entire tier 1 chart. Kill a creature with a snowball. Maybe I can get something low. Oh, there it is. I'm gonna go in one direction, looking for like a blue one. These games are fun to play. Okay, so no, I don't want fire to be that. I want complete. Shift X is max target speed. Stop engines. I want stop engines to be space. Yeah, space. That way I can like reach it. Looks better. Frame rate's still good. Let's see if we can bump anything else. It's because it's on my SSD. Let's just try it on Ultra. And then we'll go to custom and turn off volumetric fog. Yeah, see, this game's beautiful. Why can't I fire?
Asteroid. Asteroid.
Oh yeah, that's way better. Reminds me of Mortal. God, I love this game. This was the Star Citizen that I wanted. This is a fucking single-player game. Right now, my mining ship is just passively making me income, and I'm just fucking around in the universe, looking for crystals so I can buy more mining ships so I don't have to do this anymore. Let other people do it. What's my credits at now? 540, not bad.
Asteroid.
Wait, there's a crystal.
Autopilot. Engage. Autopilot. Disengage.
I could have sworn I saw a little sparkle, but I guess not.
Autopilot. Engage. Autopilot. Disengage. asteroid.
Oh, did I get money? I did, a little bit of 588.
Asteroid.
Oh, I have 25 space caviar. High-tech trader. Oh,
Autopilot. Engage.
she must be full.
Autopilot. Disengage. Autopilot. Engage. Autopilot. Disengage. Headquarters. Docking granted.
So cool.
Successfully docked.
Uh-huh. All right. So transfer where? So container, ship storage, can deploy. Yeah, sure. Container. Yeah, I guess I go sell.
Mako.
Wow, this is running a lot better on the SSD. Better than Star Citizen.
Can I help? Here you go.
Aqualite Crystal, we're 148. Not bad. I'll be up a bit better off that. Bandit Knight for a little bit more, 300k. 440k. 430k. Very good. Confirm.
Good luck out there.
Oh, if I give her health potions, she'll use them? Ah, okay. So... So she will use potions, so I need to mess with this thing. Cure potions, take essence and glass and Titania's crown. Yeah, we'll give her slight health potions. Fine by me, yep, do it. Cool. Oops.
Welcome back to some more X4.
Thank you, Where Gaming. I've led and sub to your channel.
Today we're going to talk about caviar. So, in the game, one of the drops from a lot of asteroids or pirates and things like that is spacefly eggs. Well, in the X universe, spacefly eggs are a bit of a delicacy. In fact, they can be worth quite a bit of credits. They are illegal in most places. So if you are caught carrying them, you will be forced to drop them or fight. Up to you. But if you do manage to get them through and you get, I think, 10? Is that right? 10? We'll find out in a second. 10 spacefly eggs, you can turn it into caviar. And caviar can be redeemed for some money. So once you get the spacefly eggs, you can go to any trader kind of crafting bench here. So you need 25 spacefly eggs, and you can, even though this isn't a black market station or anything, you can still craft the spacefly caviar, and it'll be worth 1 million credits for these 25. Let's go ahead and craft that. Excellent. We had some nice luck with some drops and just loaded up on spacefly eggs, and the police aren't hassling me this game for some reason. Some games they hassle me a lot, some games they don't. Alright, let's take a look at the player information here. Go with the inventory. Spacefly caviar is still considered illegal, so it's a delicacy among the split and other races. It's illegal to Argon, Pontifex, and the Ministry of Finance. The normal Talati, not so much.
Asteroid.
So, once you have the caviar, the next step is to, let's see what we got, sell it. So, right here, Spacefly Caviar, 1.1 million. The prices on vendors vary. And we can sell it just like that. We can also sell the spacefly eggs if you wanted to. Stop carrying them around. But I'll keep them. Boom. Cool 1.1 million credits for spacefly eggs. Now, spacefly eggs you can find in asteroid belts. Let's see. You get... Where are they? So let's see. Here's some drops. Unstable crystal. Unstable crystal. Unstable crystal. Unstable crystal. Unstable crystal. Lodestone. You have to trust me on this. For some reason, I can usually see quite a bit of space flags in here, but today it's not being cooperative. But you can find them in belts a lot of times. So all you have to do is get them to a station without being caught. Get 25 of them, and you can make an easy 1 million credits. Hope you enjoyed that. Hope you enjoyed the spacefly eggs. Maybe we should make a mod to let you get the spacefly eggs. That's something for you. That's interesting. It could give you some sort of buff. Prices, maybe? I don't know. What would spacefly eggs do for you? Alright, hope this was helpful. Thanks for watching.
There is going to be a lot of that happening. An entire video where I blow up elite vanguards repeatedly. This is the greatest thing ever. I don't know why I didn't make this my first video. But before we get started, there are two things we need to go over. First, I'll only be discussing the MK2 variants. The Mark 1s do have niche uses, but 99% of the time you're going to want to be using the Mark 2s. Secondly, this video will not cover turrets. That will be in a later video. I won't be covering the destroyer's main guns either, as this is dependent on the faction, and you can't swap them out for a different variant. Now we are going to break up this video into 4 parts. First the generic weapons, then the Commonwealth faction weapons, followed by split guns, then lastly the Terrans. So let's get started with the beam emitter. This is a hit scan weapon, so you don't need to lead the target, just point and shoot. While this does make it the most accurate weapon, it also deals the lowest damage. Now the damage isn't so low as to make it irrelevant, but I can't recommend this gun in a combat scenario unless you really like it. That doesn't mean it's useless though. I normally have a scout ship that I use as a dedicated mission runner that's equipped with a beam emitter. I find that it works very well in clearing mines, murdering civilians, and mining for lodestones and spacefly eggs. Next is a weapon that everyone should be familiar with, and that is the pulse laser. This is your starter gun and your only gun until you unlock the rest by increasing your faction reputation. While it is not great at anything, that doesn't mean that it's bad. If you don't know what gun to give your ships, you can't really go wrong by defaulting to the pulse laser. In fact, if this is the only gun you ever used, your fighters and frigates would still be effective. A very solid general purpose weapon for sure. Then we have the bolt repeater. It hits harder than the pulse laser, but overheats faster and is less accurate due to the slower projectile speeds. However, it fulfills the same function as the pulse laser. A weapon system designed to destroy other fighters and still be damaging enough to counter frigates. Which one you choose really comes down to personal preference on whether you value accuracy or raw damage. Or maybe you just like the idea of bullets over lasers. This weapon gives you that choice, and which way you go is entirely up to you. There is no wrong answer here. Now here we have the plasma cannon, your heavy hitter. This weapon hits incredibly hard at the cost of slow projectile speeds and quickly overheating. You're only able to get 3 shots off before the gun shuts down to cool. While the plasma cannon is meant to be used as an anti-capital weapon, that doesn't mean you can't use it against a small fighter. This is because the AI has a habit of flying directly at you. If the enemy gives you an opening like this, throw some plasma rounds at it. Unfortunately, this maneuver requires you to take a bunch of bullets directly to the face, so it's kinda hard to see anything. Hopefully you can still make out what is happening through all that, as this is very effective against an enemy dumb enough to fly directly into an oversized gun barrel. The last of the generic weapons is the Shard Battery. It's a space shotgun. You do shotgun stuff with it. Get up close and blast away. The spread isn't as bad as a lot of first-person shooters though. It's tight enough that if you fire at a target 2 kilometers away, some of those pellets will hit. Although that doesn't mean that it is effective at that range, only that it will do some damage. If you're the type of pilot that likes dogfighting and getting up really close to the enemy, I highly recommend using this gun. Now we are getting into the Commonwealth weapons, where you need at least 10 reputation points with a particular faction to be able to use them. Don't worry, I'll let you know which ones you need. We'll start first with the Ion Blaster. You'll unlock this through the Argon Federation only. The Antigon Republic won't have them. In fact, the Republic won't offer you anything special outside of the generic weapons. Heads up, epilepsy incoming. As you would expect, throwing strobe lights at the enemy doesn't do much damage, but it's not supposed to. This weapon is ideal for capturing small and medium vessels. You can quickly strip the shields and maintain fire to convince the crew to abandon ship while doing minimal damage to the hull. Our next weapon is from the Talati company, the Muon Charger. It does solid damage, inflicts a powerful damage over time effect, and will take forever to overheat. But it is a charge-up weapon. Now for a single shotgun, a charge-up mechanic is fine, but on a semi-automatic it feels unnecessary and annoying. Personal preference, I don't use this weapon very often because of that. If anyone does, please let us know in the comments, otherwise I got nothing. But the next weapon I do use often, and that is the Blast Mortar. It is available from the Holy Order of the Pontifex and the Ministry of Finance, and only for small craft, which is unfortunate because this gun is the Plasma Cannon 2.0. It hits harder, can get 4 shots off before overheating, the projectile moves faster, and it has an area of effect blast. It has a slightly shorter maximum range than the plasma cannon, but if that is the only downside, then that is more than fine. The Ares Heavy Fighter was released at the same time as the Blast Mortar, and they seem designed to work together. Give that ship 4 blast mortars, and now you have yourself a slow but heavily armed and durable fighter bomber. While the Blast Mortar is a close-range AoE death machine, our next weapon is the exact opposite. The Mass Driver is only available from the God Realm of the Paranid and is your sniper rifle. Hits hard, you get 2 shots before overheating, and it comes with a zoom effect. This gun can fire up to 12 kilometers, so let's see what happens at maximum range. Okay, maybe I have to get a little closer. No, I missed again. Still missing at 3 kilometers. Well, I hit it that time, but I kept missing because the weapons are 100% fixed. There is no gimbaling, so you're going to have to be a little more careful lining up your shots. Also, gun placement will now be a concern. The farther out on the wings, the harder it'll be to line up your shots. Not a big deal if you're sniping destroyers, but something to keep in mind if you are aiming for smaller. The last Commonwealth weapon to cover is also from the God Realm, and that is the Burst Ray. If you're just looking at the stat sheet, this gun seems like utter garbage. The lasers will bleed through shields, but those are really low damage values. Shooting this Elite Vanguard really isn't changing my mind about it either. Maybe we should try shooting something else. There we go. Turrets, shield generators, and engines are what this gun is designed to destroy. This is probably the most specialized weapon in X4, and as it is only available for small craft, this will lead to a hyper-specialized fighter. So while it can only do one thing, it can do it very well. The Burst Ray is a bit too specialized for my tastes, but I can definitely see the appeal of it. When it comes to split weapons, they share a common characteristic where they take an existing gun, and then they make it insane. All except for one, and that is the weapon that we are going to start with. Let's ease our way into the ridiculousness that is split weapon technology. So let's talk about the Thermal Disintegrator. It's based off the Pulse Laser, and while it does less damage and has less accuracy, the shots have a damage over time effect and will bleed through the shields into the hull underneath.
Damn it.
I use it all the time when boarding the large vessels, and it allows me to inflict damage on the hull without having to bring down the shields so my boarding pods can perform a breach. This gun is a very good alternative to the Pulse Laser. But now the crazy starts with the Neutron Gatling gun. It looks like a bolt repeater, but there is no reloading. It's just a constant stream of bullets until it overheats. And that bullet spread is extreme. So many will miss. But you don't bring 1 or 2 of these to a fight. you bring all of them. Whoever designed this took the concept of rapid fire and just went all in on the idea until he made a wall of bullets. You're not going to hit anything past a kilometer, but I don't care. I love this gun. If the idea of being a few hundred meters from your target isn't close enough, then you may want to look at the Tau accelerator.
Oh.
The split took a shard battery and removed the barrels so that pellets just fly everywhere. The spread on this gun is bad. But to compensate, they turned it into an automatic shotgun, because of course they did.
Oh, I forgot. I've got to get her potions.
And I love how violently the cockpit shakes when you fire this thing. It feels like they took a gun and removed parts for no reason other than they wanted room for more gun. Split weaponry is so direct and single-minded. I hope that never changes. Our last split gun is the Boson Lance, and it is only available from the Zyarth Patriarchy. That is the faction nobody likes, so it'll be a bit of a reputation grind to get access to it. Much like the others, the split took a mash driver and gave it more boom. You only get one shot before it overheats, but it hits twice as hard. This used to be the go-to weapon for out-of-sector combat, as they were able to simply delete ships every few seconds. But now they have been toned down quite a bit. They are still very effective, but they are no longer the god-level weapons that they used to be. We saved the best for last, which are the Terran weapons. Or at least that is what they would say about themselves, as they are supposed to be more technologically advanced compared to everyone else. Either way, let's start with their version of the pulse laser. It hits harder at the cost of lower range, but what it gains is accuracy. That projectile speed is high enough that you are going to be hitting most of your shots. It does overheat faster than the generic pulse laser, but it's still low enough that you don't really have to worry about it. Compared to the original, I would have to say that the Terran version is better. And then you have the Photon Barrage, which is just a straight upgrade of the Terran pulse laser. Well, almost. Those photon bullets hit harder, and while slower, they are still fast enough to be accurate, and it maintains a very tight spread even at maximum range. You will need to watch for overheating, but it's low enough to be considered manageable. So why would you ever use the Terran pulse laser when you have this? Because it is expensive. That is a lot of money to invest into a small fighter. Also, the Mark II variant is only available from the Terran Protectorate, so if you're playing as the Sagarius Pioneers, you're not going to have that available at the beginning. If you're playing as the other factions, don't bother trying to install this gun into your ship. It will only work with Terran ships. You can, of course, still buy a Terran ship and install this gun, but that is the only way that you're going to be able to use it. The last weapon we'll be covering is only available to the Terran Protectorate, the Maison Stream. The Pioneers don't even have access to this gun. Same as the Photon Barrage, this weapon can only be installed into Terran ships. And if you thought that gun was expensive, the Maison Stream costs way more. But it's an important gun in the Terran arsenal, as outside of missiles, it's the only weapon that they have that will hit hard enough to break the shield regeneration rate on large ships. Or you can just use a bunch of photon barrages and overwhelm the shields, that will work too. It's devastating when it hits, but because of that very long cooldown, it is not a forgiving weapon. So that's a quick overview of all the small and medium guns. Now, I only discussed how each gun works individually. As every ship larger than a Scout has at least 2 gun platforms, you can mix and match and come up with some interesting combinations. I made a Reddit post asking about what your favorite guns are, and there are some good loadouts in there. I'll put a link in the description if you want to check it out, and feel free to...
damn it. Oh, she was up. She was up. Ah! Res me again. Fucking annoying. What? Oh. Can you pause this game? I don't know. Can you? God, this game looks good. come on, man! Something keeps spawning them. Is it that thing? Yes, there's like something spawning them. That's not good. I better get in and just kill that then. Fucking annoying. Oh, I see it. I see it. Oh, God. Haha. She actually hurts. Oh, look, it's one of the good ones. I think. Oh, no, maybe not. Oh, God, stop. Revive me. This is way too many. Oh, come on. Fuck. It got to be night and they got worse. Son of a bitch. Wait, there's green.
Free to add your own. Well,
okay. I'm gonna go back to the Mog house.
there are a lot of small combat crap to choose from in X4. With all of these options, your first question may be which
Thank
one is best.
you,
For
JK
scouting,
Ninja.
that's
I'd like to
easy.
sub to your
the
channel.
Pegasus. It has the highest travel speed of all the scouts in the game. When we look at interceptors, which brings us to fighters and heavy fighters. Now, fighters tend to be faster, while heavy fighters tend to have more guns. Not 100% of the time, but that's a good generalization. But I'm combining them together for one reason. Carriers. They both take up the same spot in the launch bay, so end up competing for that space. Before we start comparing, I need to talk about how I got these values. Every ship was given Argon Combat Drives Mark IIIs, Combat Thrusters Mark IIIs, Talati Shields Mark IIIs, and Pulse Lasers Mark IIs in all the weapon slots. This was so every ship was working off the same equipment. We are not judging them on their possible loadouts, just what each ship's baseline values are and how they compare to each other. If you want the hard numbers, you can check each ship's encyclopedia entry. You'll see in this box a whole bunch of numbers. Those are all determined by the thrusters, and the rankings were the same for every ship in all 5 categories.
Oh good, look,
so
I
combined
found,
them all into one group called maneuverability. There are also ship variants, Vanguard and Sentinel. We are throwing out the Sentinels because every ship has a Vanguard variant, but not every ship has a Sentinel variant. We are trying to keep that consistency. The difference between the two is that the Sentinel variant has higher hull and cargo space, while the Vanguard has more speed and crew. So with all that set up out of the way, let's get started. We are going to start with the Argon's entry-level fighter, the Nova. It's their fastest fighter, so it fulfills the interceptor role, but it's not that good of a ship. Yet it's not supposed to be. Its main advantage is that it is cheap. In fact, it is the cheapest fighter in the game. It is also very easy to fly, which makes it a good choice for your first combat ship while learning how to fight. A step up from the Nova is the Federation's Eclipse. This is their frontline air superiority fighter. It's slower, but makes up for it being tougher and hitting harder. It has the most hull and shields of all the Argon small craft. This is the ship you'll take for mass fleet engagements. The Republic went a different direction with the Pulsar, focusing on firepower at the expense of everything else. With 6 weapon mounts, it has the most guns of all the fighters, but that is all it's got. Low defenses and speed makes it horribly vulnerable, and the high production cost means you'll want to protect it. Finally, we have the Federation Quasar, which is just a cheaper Pulsar. Everything the Quasar can do, the Pulsar can do better. This is very much a situation of you getting what you paid for. Not to say that it's useless, this is the cheapest fighter that can carry 4 guns, but its low price tag is definitely the only reason why you would want it. Argon ships have a lot of firepower for a comparably low cost. They are definitely on the slow side with fairly low defenses. They seem to have a theme of overwhelming their enemies with lots of ships that each have lots of guns. Onto the Paranid, their entry-level fighter is the Perseus, and it is a very good ship. Very speedy, it fulfills the fast response interceptor role very well. It is a bit fragile and doesn't hit very hard with only 2 guns, but it is cheap enough that swarm tactics are a viable option. If you want something with more armor and firepower, then we have the Theseus. It even has a lower production cost, but it sacrifices a lot of speed and maneuverability for the cheapest. This is meant as a side grade to the Perseus, yet it feels like the inferior ship. A little bit of extra hull and a 3rd gun just doesn't make up for how sluggish it feels to fly. The final Paranid ship is only available from the Holy Order, and that is the Ares. Its stat sheet is very lopsided, sacrificing all of its speed for better survivability and firepower. In fact, it is the slowest fighter in the game, and the 2nd most expensive. That is because this ship was purpose-built for out-of-sector combat. All weapons have a 100% hit chance in out-of-sector. It is just a mathematical computation that ticks every second.
I don't think I can hit that crystal. I fired at it. It was glitched or something.
The Paranid have 2 specialized ships and a single more general-purpose fighter. It looks as though Egosoft wanted to make them able to only rely on themselves. instead of giving them a theme, they have a more well-rounded roster. Which makes sense when you look at how the Holy Order of the Pontifex starts off at war with all of their neighbors. The Falcon is the first fighter that the Talati have access to. It is their fastest ship, so fulfills the role of patrol craft and interceptor, but it's not that great at it. Every navy needs a fast response craft, and the Talati have to make do with the Falcon simply because it's their best option they have. It does have the highest survivability of all the non-licensed craft, so that's something at least. Once you unlock the military license, you'll have access to the Talati's second fighter, the Buzzard. It gains a third gun and some extra hull, but sacrifices a lot of speed. It's not the slowest, but it comes really close to the bottom of that category. As a frontline fighter, it's definitely not the best, but it is cheap, so it does have that going for it. While you may think that the Talati have the worst fighters around, and they honestly kinda do, I'm completely okay with that. It fits very well with the theme of that race, where they are more concerned with becoming an economic powerhouse than focusing on their military. Both the Falcon and the Buzzard have a low cost, which means you can simply mass produce as many as you need and keep throwing them at the enemy until the problem goes away. Moving on to the free families, we have the Asp Raider. It is a flying gun. 3 weapons and a cockpit strapped to an engine with really nothing else to it. It's not the fastest, but it does have the highest acceleration and maneuverability, which definitely makes it zippy. And it needs to be because it has no survivability. At least it's very cheap, so replacing it won't be too difficult. As the name suggests, it's better suited to skirmishes than mass combat. Our second free families fighter is the Baller, and it is very well-rounded ship. It can perform any combat duty expected of a vessel of its size. Its single shield generator does mean that you'll start to accumulate ever-increasing losses as the fight drags on, even with its high hull rating. But remember that these are split ships. Hitting hard and fast is the only way they know how to fight. For the Xyorth Patriarchy, their entry-level fighter is the Asp, and it is surprisingly good. In fact, until you increase your faction reputation and unlock the military licenses, I would consider the Asp to be the best fighter available to you in the early game. Even after you gain access to more ships, the Asp is solid enough that you can keep using it and be completely fine. The next Xyorth fighter is the Mamba. Fast, maneuverable, and cheap, this is their patrol and interceptor craft. It also holds the distinction of being the only split fighter with 2 shield generators, as well as having only 2 guns. I wouldn't use the Mamba outside of a fast response role. Not because it is bad, but because the Asp is so much better at it. Our final Xyorth ship is the Chimera. With the highest hull rating, 5 weapon mounts, and very good acceleration at the cost of a horrible turn rate, the Chimera is less of a fighter and more of a dive bomber. This is the ship that you outfit with blast mortars or torpedoes and send against enemy destroyers. It is also the most expensive fighter, and with only a single shield generator, it might not be the best choice for your first wave of attack runs. Split ships are fast. That should come as no surprise to anyone familiar with the X universe. But their hulls are surprisingly solid. Many players consider the Split to have the best small combat craft around. Combine them with a Raptor and you now have a mobile battle station that has the ability to deal with anything the enemy could throw at you.
Okay, I'm gonna watch something and eat my dinner. Dinner being 6:30 in the morning. I'm gonna go make a sandwich. I'll be right back. Oh, I have both games running. I didn't realize. No, I don't. Where's that other music coming from? The hell? Where's that music coming from? It's not this. Seems odd. It's not this. What's making that sound? I don't understand what is making that sound. Stop. I don't know. It's not that. It's not that. What the hell is that? I'm gonna go piss. I'll be right back. Going to close all of these games because I don't really understand what the hell that sound is. Oh, it was Eve. It was Eve fucking up for some reason. Okay, well, then Proc X4 again. Okay, I can step away now. I was like, what the hell is that fucking sound? Thank you, Meta.
Hey folks,
Abuse.
welcome to
I'd like
Meta
sub to your
Abuse.
channel.
I'm your host, Battle Mode, and we've got two co-hosts. It's Sean.
Never mind, I don't want to do a podcast. I was looking for like a real video.
The biggest thing in the X universe, the self-sufficient wharf. And the ship.
Yeah, this will be good enough. And
Hey, look.
I'm gonna go get a sandwich. I'll be right back. seems good. Let's do it.
We all did a thing. As a thank you for helping me build this channel, I felt it was appropriate to do a video on building the biggest thing in the X universe, the self-sufficient wharf. And the shipyard. There will be a few of those in there. It looks big, and it definitely is, but it isn't until you fly inside that you can appreciate just how huge the station is. Personally, this is the main draw for me, just the sheer scale and awe of this megastructure. Sometimes I find myself getting lost in time, flying around and watching the little civilian ships go about their day. But there are practical benefits to building it. This is essentially the Wonders victory in any other 4X game, as once you have it, you've basically won, as you can now do whatever you want. For this video, I'm going to be focusing on the Commonwealth, as their wharfs are more complicated, but the same principles will apply to Terrans. You just have less module types to worry about. When it comes to building these, you really just add production factories and storage containers as you need them. Eventually you will get to that point, but in the beginning there is some planning that needs to be done, some things that have to be considered. Such as money. You are going to need a lot of it. We're talking about billions here. You need enough to make it rain money just so you can see it all burn away into the fires of industry. See these blueprints? You're going to need basically all of them. There are research options through the player headquarters that allow you to steal blueprints using EMPs, and I highly recommend doing that. While this will save you a lot of money, you can't do this for all the blueprints. In fact, for many of them, you're still going to have to buy. That includes the wharf and shipyards themselves. There is no research option for stealing those. And don't forget time. Putting this all together is going to take days, even weeks. This is most definitely a long-term commitment. But you have decided that is fine. You are willing to invest the required funds and time into making this project a reality. So now you need to figure out where to put it. If you are using your player headquarters, then you already have your answer. Grand Exchange. Using the player headquarters gives another advantage in that you can move it around through the teleport research. It's expensive to do, but for a megastructure such as the one we will be making, it can definitely be worth it. Otherwise, you need to make sure you're within range of all the raw resources. Now your manager will hit 5 stars. There is too much going on for him to not get there. So that's your limit. Make sure your wharf is within 5 jumps of all the raw resources, which honestly opens up most of the map. And you can use trade stations to extend that range even farther if you really wanted to by setting up relay hubs. I made this video here where one of the example stations is a trade station. If you want to know how to set one of these up, I'll link it in the description. Sectors also have a workforce availability bonus. The higher it is, the faster your habitation modules will fill. This is admittedly the most minor of concerns, but if you are looking to get the maximum for your location, this is something to keep in mind. So you've done that step. You now know where you want to place your wharf. Now we need to build it. While not necessary, I highly recommend getting your own construction ship. They are big ships, so watch out for oncoming traffic. This is so you can maximize the number of builder drones, well up to 30 anyways, to reduce build times. Pilot skill doesn't matter for this, so at least that is one less thing you have to worry about. But what is that ship going to be building? Hull parts and energy cells. You're putting together an entire production chain, and everything you build is going to require those two materials. You'll also need